Hey, hi everyone. Today I'm coming back to this Strandbeest project, and just a quick reminder of what we have here. So we do have this scene where the creature is walking, and the code for this part has been cleaned up last time, so it's quite nice. There are still a few problems in maybe this file, and I don't remember, but hopefully we get to those and clean up a little more today. But in the second stream, we cleaned up a lot, and now the things are fine. Now the proportions here for the legs are coming from that original video, so from the holy numbers, so to speak. And we also have this another HTML file called genetic HTML, and this one is something where we can experiment with the different proportions and see different paths. Like how would the Strandbeest's leg work with the different configurations. But I'm not going to work on this one today, even though it's kind of interesting. Instead, I want to make this one look 3D because I don't really understand what's going on here. So I would like to see better these parts individually and how they are moving. And if they spread apart along the z-axis, I think that it makes it easier to tell what's going on. And the real reason why I'm interested in doing this is that I want to build one of these things for my son, and I want to know how to build it before I start building it and then spend a lot of time uh, uh, breaking it apart and fixing it again and so on. So basically, I want to measure very carefully first and then just do it as if you're, I don't know, building with Legos or something. So this would be kind of the idea for today, and I don't know how long of a stream I'm going to have, but we just have to see how things are going. I also want to somehow use in the beginning AI to figure out how it can be used to port this application from 2D to 3D, because I want to use ThreeJs, and I know how to use it, sort of, but I'm not an expert and I don't use it very often. So I think that this is a good job for it. And I'm going to focus in the very beginning very much on figuring out how to write the proper prompt for what I want to do, because I want to be very specific about how I want to implement this thing. And I get good results when using large language models if I spend time on the prompt and not just write something really quick and then take the result. It's not perfect, but I have to start to redo very many different things. And the code that I'm working with today is on GitHub, so you can get it from the link in the description. And I'm going to be updating it today as well with whatever comes from here. And for the AI, I am using all the time this Copilot inside of VS Code, but I'm also going to try to use Claude today, because I have used others during my streams like ChatGPT and DeepSeek, and I think that I want to test different ones and see what they do good and what they don't. And I don't really have a favorite. I just know that they are very useful if you know how to use them properly. And it's kind of a demo of how hopefully I can use this one properly, and hoping it can advance the development quicker. Okay, so that's kind of the rough idea of what is going to happen. So I'll be working with this index HTML file. Just a quick look at what we have here. So importing different files and then some parameters at the top about how the gravity is affecting if we want the beast to move because of a motor. So if we put this to false, the motor is not moving the beast, it's not rotating, so it's just sitting there. But the beast can also move if the wind is blowing. So if we give a wind towards the left, let's say, then it's going to push the beast that way just because the wind is acting on each individual particle, and then it gets stuck there at the end. So there are different ways of moving. If you put the motor on also and the wind at the same time, now it's motor is trying to push that way, but the wind is blowing the other way, so it looks like it's actually tipping over. So interesting things you can play with this setup already, and I'm really happy with it. I will just leave the motor to work, and the physics get those two forces. I think this can be generalized to have many different forces eventually, let's say. But then we have a place where the Strandbeest is generated somewhere at this origin, and then a movement speed for it as well. So it's going to be generated with these properties at the somewhere in the middle of the canvas, closer to down. And then these are the leg proportions. And then I wanted to use the motor and have the given speed from here. So if you put a higher speed, like much higher, let's say 0.2, then it might actually start to behave a little bit weird. I've noticed that slower motor movements are better. If it's too fast, it seems to sometimes do weird behaviors. I think it's trying to move too quickly somehow, and it's getting stuck. Let's see, even higher. Yeah, so some weird stuff happens if it tries to move too quickly, and it's kind of in a way natural. Like if you have some spinning gears, and if you do try to move them really fast, like faster than they are designed to, they sometimes get stuck. So I kind of suspect that this would be a thing with this setup, and I consider it normal for now at least. I don't think that there is another problem. But if the motor is moving slowly, then I think that that is okay. It could also be that we are very strict about what happens when the tips are touching the bottom here, because when they are touching it, they are really locked in place. So they are like, I don't know, welded there, so they cannot move until the beast decides to move them up again. That's not what happens when we walk. There is a level of flexibility there, and that could also be the reason why faster speed just doesn't have the enough flexibility to make the beast to force it to move despite this friction, because the friction is basically immovable, so to speak. But anyway, we have this setup here, and this is what we are going to work with. Now, the way I want to implement this is kind of a step-by-step. So, hello, Hans. Okay, Denmark. Yeah, also hello from Finland. Looks like it's a Nordic discussion today. I want to make this go into 3D like stepwise. So I don't want to start implementing 3D physics because this thing is going to collapse. Like at the moment, we don't even have if you think about the location that these particles have when we create them, they have just X and Y coordinates, so they don't have Z. By default, I guess you can consider the Z being 0, but then this creature that you see here can't really exist because all of it is on one flat plane, like everything is in one flat plane, and you can't move those sticks on that one plane. There is no separation. There's no depth to the creature. So this simulation here is it's kind of a fake, because the physics is 2D and we allow the sticks to pass through each other. But of course, in 3D, you can imagine that the legs in front are on one layer, then the legs in the middle are on another, and the ones in the back are in another. And that's what I want to do first. Just separate it so it looks in 3D easier to understand. And then when I have this support for visualizing it in 3D, maybe I have enough brain power to make it also stand in 3D. Let's see. Of course, they are connected by some mechanism in the middle, and that one doesn't exist at the moment. It's just this kind of triangle here that is held into place. So there is more to think about it, and probably we need to look more at this video to figure out, like, maybe how Adam has made this. Like, maybe it's possible to look carefully inside of this this screen here and figure out what is he doing there to create it in 3D. But the video doesn't really help me out with that. So it's something explained very well. The whole thing is explained very well in 2D, like this. But the 3D part, I have no experience with it at all at the moment. So, really, if you think about this creature, I'm thinking these segments, these sticks between particles, are the main building block that I want to use, but now in 3D somehow. And of course, one of these sticks is like a very thin, long cylinder with a given length. And I think that I just want to make a 3D scene where cylinders like this are being drawn in the same way that if we go to the segment, to the stick file here we just draw simple lines between the 2 points. But in 3D, I would just like to draw these cylinders to add them to a 3D scene. And every time we generate the Strandbeest and every time it moves a little bit, it just visualizes it in 3D by removing all the previous sticks and drawing the new ones according to their new properties. So basically the same thing that happens here, clearing the whole canvas and then drawing everything again, I want to do in 3D as at least as a starting point, because I want to be able to keep this project functioning in 2D as well. So I just want a 3D visualization where the Strandbeest can draw itself in 3D. So that's kind of the general idea, visualizing a separate way, a different way. So the main thing that we'll need to be able to do is generate for this stick a kind of thin cylinder and add that one to a stage. So I would need another kind of draw method here, like draw 3D, and it wouldn't get the CTX, but it would get the 3D stage instead. And maybe some properties like how thick should it be and so on. That's just fine. But I want to mimic what we are having here, only to visualize things differently. So that's kind of the general plan. And secondly, here, if I look at this code, it's quite nice, it's quite straightforward. We have the canvas initialized here, but the 3D a 3D scene can't be added so neatly in this place because there is no tag for it, so to speak. Of course, you can add a canvas that has this WebGL context, but I'm planning to use ThreeJs because it has support for making some of those things like cameras, lights, and so on much faster and much more straightforward. And I don't want to focus too much on the details. And I also want our 3D scene to be taken out and created there with cameras and lights and whatever we need in a place that is separate from this main file here. So I could simply say, I want a new scene. I want it to be added maybe to a container here in the body. And put that code in somewhere else. So something like that. Actually, I might I'm thinking about starting to code something a little bit so that the code that I'm going to paste into the AI has an idea of how I plan to use this, but I'm not exactly sure. Let's see. So how would this prompt go? And okay, Samiola from Afghanistan. Well, welcome to the stream. So let's see. My plan is to try to explain everything I did to you, but in a very nice looking prompt here. So it would go something like this. I would like to visualize the Strandbeest object in 3D using ThreeJs. So I'm very specific about how I wanted to visualize the things. I am convinced that I want to go in this direction, and I don't want it to have a way to like wiggle its way into some other way of doing the things. For that, it would be useful to create a scene object first in its own file and add it to the index, to the HTML page somehow. Then what the method is called, the animate method. Then the animate method should remove all Strandbeest components, sticks, from the scene on each frame and re-add them so that and re-add components, new components, illustrating the new stick positions, something like this. Now, I have to give this piece of code, definitely, and also this Strandbeest file as well, and also the stick file, I believe so. So I want to keep the 2D way of visualizing things as well, but have a parameter to decide if we to toggle between 2D and 3D. So somehow, yeah, I'm getting Adita suggesting render Strandbeest every frame. Somehow should remove the scene on each frame. And yeah, render the Strandbeest in its new configuration. I think render is a good word because it links to the 3D environment, so it's a good idea. And SFS engineer, hello, and Raset Duz. Yeah. Okay, hard name to pronounce, but hello. Then, okay, so I have now something. I want more details. I don't want complexity here, so I really want to keep things simple and to be precise about what I want to do. I thought about generating the sticks as cylinders, but that's not the only way you can draw lines in 3D. So I don't want some weird curves or whatever that are made to look straight or some very complex things. I want to keep things as simple as possible and as precise as possible. So the sticks should be drawn in 3D. Okay, before that I was talking about this toggling. In the case of 3D, methods for drawing should be named draw 3D, and instead of the context, they should get a reference to the stage object. Something like that. Okay, I'm calling it scene here. Scene object. So it's very important not to have synonyms there, and I accidentally introduced one. Okay. Here I would like to also describe it should have lighting and the camera pointing at the Strandbeest, something like this. And it should be added to the HTML page somehow. Maybe a div container can be passed to the constructor. I'm saying maybe because maybe it has a better idea of how to organize this. I'm not an expert. Okay, so this is getting better. So in the case of 3D, they should be like that. And the sticks should be generated using cylinders of a fixed width using thin cylinders, something like that. Okay, so I think that this is fine. So I also want to take this code from here, this index HTML. Let's say, is it possible to attach here instead? Like upload the file and then, okay, this is from another project. So index HTML and then Strandbeest is important, and then the stick is important. Yeah, I don't know if it can do that, but this is what I want, and token limitations are a thing. So maybe I should ask for smaller things to do. But one thing that we could do is say here, please mention just the updates I need to do and not rewrite the entire code. Something like this. So I'm expecting now to get a new file for this scene object. And okay, Hans, I didn't know. So it's possible to do this. How about other LLMs? Can they be added as well, or is Claude the only one with this support? Yeah, I think this is fine. So this is just an attempt to have it hopefully give me everything, if it can do everything. But of course, internally, when it reasons all the stuff, it might reach some limit. I don't know. They all work differently, and I'm using free plans, and let's just see how it goes. So I suspect that it should be quite helpful, even if this won't work entirely. I do know how to do these things. So I'm not asking it to do things I wouldn't know how to do. They would just be things that I would spend a long time on because I haven't played with them so much as other stuff that I'm more confident with. But if I see it there, I can usually tell if something is wrong or right, and fix it either myself or look references online or ask again AI. But this is it. Let's see what magic is going to happen. I hope. And one other thing that happens when I say that mention just the updates I need to do is also one way to help me, how to say, to help me make sure I make a note of all the things that it's generating. Because if it replaces the whole code, then we have a small problem because it might reorganize some of my code, it might remove some of my code. But if I get just the updates, or at least I hope I get, now I see that it's writing everything for me, so it didn't listen, then I can more like, how to say, step by step see what new things are coming into my code. So it would be a little bit easier. So it did listen a little bit with this, add this method to that class, add this method to another class, particle class. I didn't even upload the particle class here, but it inferred that there is a particle class, I think, because the sticks are working with some particles. Actually, because I have here particle.js, and it probably figured out that the sticks are made using those, like those are the endpoints and particles. Oh, and also the motor, interesting. It thinks it knows my project, even though I only uploaded 3 different files. So let's see. Now, first step, create a scene file. This looks like its own thing, so let's copy it from here. And I'm going to add it to this code base. in its own file. So I'm going to create this as an empty file, and then I paste this, and now let's have a look. So scene setup, using some ThreeJs here, but I don't see it imported anywhere. But then again, I'm not using modules, so maybe it tells me later to add here some link or whatever, some instructions, let's see. But perspective camera container is the parameter, so it did listen to me. Camera, putting it at some location. This, I don't know if it really knows the size of my Strandbeest, if it understood that, and if the Strandbeest will be at 000, because it seems to be looking at there. But at least it tells me how to generate a perspective camera with this container size and so on. So helpful. I know how to work with this. Then the ambient light is there, directional light. Now it's doing creative decisions. I didn't specify many lights, but it's doing it for some reason. Orbit controls, I didn't specify that. So again, if you are very specific about what you want to be added, it usually helps. I am getting a lot of the things what I want, but these two things, I didn't ask for them. So if my prompt would have been even shorter, I would get even more surprises here. But of course, it would be nice to have the controls as well. And if the lighting looks nice, it's great. But I just want to see some sticks in as simple way as possible. So I don't know what it's trying to do here. Making it look fancy is way into the future. And then defining some materials for the sticks. So it looks like some kind of a orangey color, which might be, is it the same color I'm using to draw the sticks, or it's very interesting if somehow the color is gonna match this, because it's not the same formula. But it did decide to make them orange, so maybe it figured out that it's a coincidence otherwise. And then the scene is going to contain a bunch of objects. I think ThreeJs also has groups you can work with. You could assign them to a group, but it decides to use an array for that. And then it invented a method here for clearing the beast. This is very good. I did specify I wanted to remove everything, so it's doing that. And reinitializing the object, and then adding a stick. So having two particles, it assumes 0 for the z. So somehow it thinks my particles don't have a z component, and it's true. But this one I want eventually to spread the thing out, so I will have to add here some z values there. And then length. These are some calculations for defining the cylinder. The radius is some kind of very thin radius there. The color is the same orange as before. It's translating it to somewhere. I don't know why it's doing that. So the direction seems to be subtracting from P1 to P2. That's the difference vector. And here it's translating to length by 2. Okay, so it's translating in the middle of the distance vector. To generate the mesh. So it's going to be symmetric somehow, and then it repositions the mesh to P1. So might not do exactly what I want, I'm not sure. And then for some reason it's using quaternions here, which I don't know. I know what they are, but I don't want to try to figure it out. I don't think they're needed. we might be able to find a better solution for this without so complex things. But at the moment, this looks like it's doing what it's supposed to do. It might have some kind of mistakes, or if it works, I would like to somehow simplify this code. So I'm going to put here to do we need quaternions for this? I don't think so, because the cylinder has to start at some point and end at another, so some rotation is needed. But not such an advanced rotation that it would require some really advanced methods like that. I don't think so. I think Euler angles should be enough. But I don't know. I haven't done this, so let's see. Yeah, I will ask at some point, but let's just see first all the code and get it into place and see if anything is working, and then that will be a very good question. Thanks also for pointing out about Gemini. Yeah. All right. So, scene looks fine. Update the HTML file to include libraries and create a container for the 3D scene. So I have to look one by one because it generated everything for me. I think it wants me to just copy this entire code, and I might. It looks like modifications are styling for the container next to the canvas there, controls. This is a new thing. I didn't ask for this. I did say that I want a way to toggle between 2D and 3D, but I didn't say that I wanted to be a visual component for toggling between 2D and 3D, so like a button that somebody can press. It's nice that it's here, but it took its own like creative liberty to do that. And then 3D scene manager, and also okay, including ThreeJs in this way, and the orbit controls. So this one is kind of optional. I didn't ask for it, but it's maybe gonna be a nice thing to be able to rotate around as well. And then this piece of code here, isometric camera. Yeah, is that how they're called? I think it's perspective and what's the other one called? I think it starts with O, but it's the same thing what you are describing. Orthographic maybe, but isometric means, I mean, it means the same, but I think the object is called different. So without the perspective effect. Yeah, I would also do that. Sometimes perspective can be confusing. Then the 3D scene is created here. So using the container, it added one more line of code. Yeah, but this is a global, so it would work. I think I'm just going to take everything one by one because I have a bit more control like that. It also decided to change some things in the body style, and I don't know why. We'll see later if it's important. But then controls here, let's add those as well. It could be nice to have in the body a way to do that. So yeah, why not? And then I'm going to take this container as well. And these inputs here, mine is not written in a capital S, and now it knows that I start all my files with the lowercase. But there is some kind of convention that people use when working in ThreeJs where they name their files with capital letters so that you know that they are doing some Three.js related thing. So maybe I'm going to use this convention as well. I mean, it's a way to indicate that it works with that library. So even though it has seen that I'm using lowercase values, maybe it knows better somehow, like the practices to use. Yeah, hello, okay, Yaver, I'm not sure how to pronounce that, and Rajan, hello. Why am I removing all the objects from the scene? So I want to port this exact functionality that we have at the moment. And the 2D functionality is we remove all the objects in the scene and then we redraw all the objects in the scene. So I don't want to start moving the things around in the scene. I just want to display the in-memory segments again and again in a similar way as you clear a canvas and redraw everything, because I want these two methods to be equivalent. So in the 3D environment, of course, you could move the things around, tell them assign a new position, assign a new rotation, but I can't do that to the pixels in the 2D variant. So I want to support both for various reasons. And using this approach of removing everything and redrawing everything is gonna let me have a same like a same way of addressing this issue. Okay, then container is here and the 3D scene added to the container. So yeah, this is fine. And then no change, use 3D is false, and toggle 3D, this functionality has been added. Let's keep the parameter up here. So it's false, need to remember that. And then the event listener is here after animate. This one should also be at the top. So something like that. Yeah, if somebody can look up if this is really okay or not, but this capitalization bothers me as well. But if I remember right, I'm not an active Three.js developer, but if I remember right, people tend to use uppercase for the files that have to do with Three.js things to somehow tell them apart and keep that code consistent because it uses that kind of convention inside it. I'm not sure, but if somebody knows or can look it up, that would be nice. Yeah, of course. Hans has a good point there that you would like to manipulate the things, not recreate. But this is it's fine. It doesn't have so many things. It doesn't have nearly as many things that it would cause a trouble in that environment. Okay, so we can go with this even though it's not efficient. So yeah, then animate function, this seems to be the last thing that is different here. So depending on this, if it's 3D that, if it's 2D this, and my code should be exactly the same in the 2D version. So it is. So I can remove my part from here, then 2D rendering, 3D rendering. It's quite clear from what is happening there. Okay, so we have added a new scene object and links to these libraries. We have the scene is there. So now what I want to try already is, does the application crash? Because even if I'm not implementing all of the things, you see, I already have an error there. I see this use 3D visualization. I also see orbit controls is not the constructor at new scene somewhere. So this thing was breaking it already, and it shouldn't break it. So the code at the moment is not yet trying to do anything with 3D. Now 3D scene is not defined because I commented out, but adding it in, it's telling me orbit controls is not the constructor. So somehow these orbit controls that were added are not added well. So I don't know how to add them well. I have to look it up. But if I remove this and remove the orbit controls that I didn't even ask for from the scene, so I leave the scene and then the orbit controls, let's just comment them out because it's not a bad idea. It's just doing more stuff than I asked and stuff that is not a priority at the moment. I don't care about that fancy stuff yet. I just want it to look the same in 3D. So now it works, and use 3D visualization, draw 3D is not a function. So different error. And draw 3D is not a function because we didn't start to implement that functionality just yet. So this is also one comment I'm getting a lot from people using LLMs. Usually my students, they ask it for something. Usually the prompt is far less sophisticated than mine. But now I'm really asking a lot of things here. So it has to be big. Maybe even bigger would have been better. And then when they get the result, they say it doesn't work. And then they try again. And then they try another LLM and another LLM. And it's an approach. People tend to do this and kind of be lucky. I don't know. But there are so many resources that are wasted in this way. And being able to explain or debug what is going on, like what I'm doing here, this is something everyone needs to learn, no matter if you're talking to some AI or if you're talking to a colleague or whatever. Being able to say in words what you're trying to do is really important. And to, when you get something, to figure out why it doesn't work. So the HTML file is updated and now I'm happy with it. And I can start implementing the next things. So update the Strandbeest class, and this one, it's simple. It's exactly what I asked for, or I don't know, but if it works, but it's just that method that I want to add to the Strandbeest class. It's not rewriting everything. Maybe it thought in the HTML case that explaining each change is too much work because it did so many different things. I would have preferred each change one by one so that I can make sure I'm accounting for everything. If you remember what I did here, I had to figure out, is this the same as before? Looks like this is a little bit different. I could have pasted it. Maybe I could have used some Git comparison methods or whatever. So there are ways to figure out the differences better. But I would have preferred what it has done here in this case for the Strandbeest, because I specifically mentioned just the updates and not rewrite the entire code. And it did do that, but partially. So here, next to the previous draw method, I'm going to get my draw 3D method. So the reason why it's breaking now, it's because we haven't finished everything. So now it's this draw 3D method. And get moving parts. So getting the particles. The particles are not used. I didn't specifically say I want to visualize the particles because I mean in this visualization here you can still tell what is happening without the particles. And maybe I add them at some point, but the sticks are the most important thing. If you just see the particles moving around, it's harder to tell what is really happening. But with these sticks, it's clear. And it links a little bit to what Adita was saying about, are you asking too much? So if I would have asked also that, it's kind of maybe more, at least. I don't know if too much. So those are reasons for why I did what I did. And then for each of them, draw 3D on the scene. So not much. It's basically an equivalent function from here. Optionally, draw the particles as well. So it thinks that maybe I will want to do that. So yeah. And the motor as well. So I don't necessarily want that. It's trying to be helpful, but again, I didn't ask for it. So I'm going to leave this commented out, just focusing on that. If it's trying to do that and that and that and that, there are many places where the whole thing can break. And then it's very hard to debug step by step what is going on. So adding the things one by one is a way to somehow be able to make this thing work. Otherwise, it's the same as implementing it yourself when you have to fix bugs all the time. Okay, so we're not done. It also went to the stick class. So this draw 3D here as well. And scene is the parameter. There is some color there, but this must be some material. I think, okay, there's a helper method for this one in the scene. I even forgot about that. The radius was already a default parameter there, so I remembered that. So add stick, these are default values. And they are being used yeah, it's trying to reproduce my logic from here, but it's not succeeding. The reason I think is that ThreeJs really likes to use these hex format colors, and here I'm using HSL, so it doesn't find a way to show the tension inside of the color, inside of the segments, inside of these sticks. So yeah, so the error means how far the stick has stretched from its intended length. Because of the physics, sometimes there is small stretching that happens. But I don't want to bother with that in the 3D. I have the 2D for that visualization if I really want. And if I really, really want, I can do it in 3D as well. But I don't bother with that. Those are default parameters. And this is just fine, so this update. And then what else? Stick, Strandbeest, optionally add draw 3D methods to other classes. So yeah, it doesn't know really what I do have in the particles, and it's also using kind of very old style JavaScript there. Optional, yeah, of course it's optional, but let's see if what we have so far is working. So refresh. So the 2D still works, and if I switch to this 3D, I want to also try inside of index.html to set this 3D to true by default, and this checkbox make it checked, because switching to 3D and starting in 3D could be a cause for different errors. So now it seems to be some kind of problem somewhere. So cannot read properties of undefined, animate, and then scene render. So the 3D scene is trying to render, and the controls. Okay, but I removed them. So so no errors, but we don't see anything. So we don't see anything. This container is not empty. It just has a width of 0, a height of 0, and a style, I don't know, style with also width of 0 and height of 0. So for some reason, it's not taking the correct sizes when generating it. Or the container itself, yeah, the container should have some kind of size there, I suppose. But actually, I prefer to have here a way to specify the width and height of this canvas. So something like this. I don't care about the window resize. I didn't even notice this one before. So in the same way that now I don't care about the canvas, it is getting cut out. But those are other things to worry about later. So let's see now. The width and height are not given anywhere. So this one has some properties there. I think I will, for consistency, I will take the width and height from the canvas and use the same from the scene. So that, and now I can simplify that code as well. And when creating the scene, I use the same just so that I have a similar sized object appearing there. And now, where is it? It's still not showing anywhere. Let's check the comments meanwhile. So it's really not here. I was expecting it to work since no errors and nothing appears. Okay. Yeah, so AI can be very helpful, and it definitely is. But the one big issue with it is that you need to kind of know how to do those things already. It's more of an autocomplete assistant. And the real problem is that students tend to use this AI to just do assignments. And assignments are written in a way that they are clear, in the same way that you want to write prompts to AI. So when the assignment comes from your teacher and you paste it there, it usually gives the correct answer. That means that your learning is very damaged. Your learning process is really damaged by this thing, because you get the feeling that you know how to solve any assignment by just copy pasting it in there. But in the real world, nobody writes to you the things that you want, that you have to do in that way. You are the one that has to understand the requirements and formulate them in a way that makes sense. So even if you plan to use AI, you need to know how to talk about those things and how to work about those things. It's a horrible thing. It gives you a fake sense that you know to accomplish things because it feels like you're able to do things. Yeah, maybe I should promote it less in my videos because I mean I'm mostly about the learning the things, and at the moment it's not able to do more than what it does. It's amazing at what it does, but it needs to be supervised somehow. And the things it produces, they need to be validated and checked, and very often, like what I'm doing now, tweaked until they work properly. Okay. Yeah, if you continue to talk about some topics. So now I could ask some things like what Hans was pointing out, that why did you use quaternions? Something like that is okay, but building on top of this is going to be horrible because I'm making changes to its code. That's one reason. It already knows what its code is, but it doesn't know what my new code is. Then if I start giving it my new code, it has its context messed up. It has what it wrote, it has what I wrote. It may mix up what is there and what is not there, and then future updates tend to be totally messy. I often start a new chat when I really need new help with something like that. But yeah. Yeah, Mohammed also has a very good point there. And what it also tends to do, I've noticed, like in this example here with the prototypes, where was it? Since it's been trained on a lot of data, like whole internet pretty much of the data there is old stuff. I mean, the programming languages evolve in time. Many people have solved things that I'm solving now. I'm not revolutionizing anything doing this. So basically, it knows many ways of solving this before, I don't know, 2010 or something. Even if it has been trained until 2020 something, there have been much more discussions, much more things with the old way of writing code. So what I tend to notice is also that the modern practices tend to be not used. I don't know, but I think it's important um, to understand these things and to deal with them. So it's a very good assistant. Uh, it could be better than you or me, but if it doesn't understand what you want, it's gonna produce garbage. And when it knows to do some things in an old way that is maybe deprecated or incompatible or whatever, you can tell it it's old, it doesn't work, it's deprecated, fix it. But if that's the way it knows how to solve the problem, it might not know of the new ways, or because they appear less frequent because they are newer, so people haven't talked about them so much, maybe they don't prioritize it. And I don't know how they prioritize the recency in time. That's also something. So very many things to consider when working with this with AI. And yeah, if you want to disconnect from internet, just disconnect the cable, I guess. Seeing nothing is worse than errors. Yeah, because you don't know where to look for, what to look for. Blank scene first. Yeah. it could be that the 3D canvas is on top of the 2D or vice versa. We can check. I'm not really worried about this. I just took a break and well, the scene should be black. I think the default scene color is black, and the scene is not visible, and they haven't changed the color of the scene. So really, this canvas is just somewhere that I don't see. And display none. Why is the container with the display none? Okay, so it's here. And the scene is not black, it's gray. So maybe I missed something. Okay, it's gray. So also this other thing is what happens is that all these creative inputs that the LLM is choosing, like it's changing the default color of the scene. Why it really did that, I don't know. Maybe it's because I have the canvas there and it's white, or at least transparent, and the background is white, and it wants to somehow have this dark on light mode. Maybe that orange is better visible there. I don't know. But when you do get updates with these kind of creative inputs from the LLM, it's hard to tell, hard to know really what your code is doing. So even if you are the one writing it, it might do some things like this scene color that you're not aware of. I didn't see it. I just jumped through it. I focused on the important things, and this thing, I didn't realize it's there. I also didn't realize the resizing was there before. I noticed the controls, but resizing is something, again, a fine-tuning thing, make it work on different screens, and I don't want to worry about that. Maybe ever, I don't know. This is kind of a fun project. It's not built for people to use on their phone or on their yet. I don't know if someday we want to do something fun with this that other people can benefit from. But at the moment, I just want to understand how these creatures work and move, and and it's a experiment. Okay, so in index.html, the container has display none for some reason, and I know why. It's because I forced here the use 3D to be true, and the toggle 3D here sets the display to none or block. So I actually didn't call this code when I made that change. It's not, the AI had very good code here. It was my fault because I forgot to check this, and so I wanted to change the default to be on, the true, and I didn't change it properly, so it should have had the display omitted there, the display none. So now refreshing, the scene is there, and I can see it, and it's black. Maybe I want it to be a different color. Maybe I want to have support for both things at the same time. So instead of toggling this, maybe showing both at the same time is not a bad idea, so that we can at least tell that the code for the Strandbeest is working and the coordinates are moving and whatever. The reason we don't see it here, there can be many reasons. I suspect the camera is not pointing at the correct location. It doesn't know exactly where this Strandbeest is. Maybe it didn't figure that out. Or maybe the cylinders are so thin that we can't see them. There can be many reasons, but I do have a code to play with, and I didn't type it myself. And a lot of this time that I spend now talking usually happens in my head. So it's something that I'm grateful to have all this auto-generated code and now just do minor debugging for it. So in general, I do use these from time to time, But I also have to say I don't really have a preference. I have tried several, and I have never paid for their subscription. So it could be that the like the pro versions are much better. I don't know. The things I do, the help I get from them has always been enough. But I have to say that recently, the things that, for example, ChatGPT was able to do 3-4 months ago, it's starting to behave very badly. So I have seen it behaving more stupid recently, for some reason. Like, I can't explain, but sometimes I ask it something and it just imagined I asked it something else, and then the solution is very silly in some way. I don't know. It just doesn't work as good as before. So there might be some kind of an attempt to kind of push people towards the paid versions, kind of promising that those work better, or I don't know. But yeah, in general, the free versions have been just fine for me. I never tried the paid ones, so I can't say if they are better. And let's figure out why this doesn't work. So, what are the particle coordinates? We can go inside of the console here and say Strandbeest sticks particle location 900 something 400 something 900 something 400 something, and then the place where the camera is 0 300 0 300. I don't remember even how the axes are oriented in ThreeJs. I think something with right hand rule and probably something like this. But definitely the camera is looking at 0 instead of the Strandbeest's location. So the origin is also something there. Origin, we are calculating this vector, so 525 and 400. If it uses these coordinates directly, then it should look at this, basically. So $400, and I see something. So it's upside down. And I would really like those controls to be here, but okay, so add orbit controls to control the camera with mouse, yes, and right hand, so Z is the depth. Okay, so Z is the depth. Does the Z go... So Z goes that way. That means our Strandbeest goes down, or yeah. Starting the application is very slow for some reason. So now I see it as a line here. I hope my video connection is okay because somehow it feels choppy. Materials, yeah. Okay. Just a second, because we might have to rearrange the axes some better way. So I would really like to keep the best in some way that the XY coordinates make sense in the 2D mode, but also in the 3D mode. And now it's upside down here. So this origin, let me just put it here. And then the offset on the z-axis is like that. So this should mean now that I'm looking from the side in the initial position when it loads. And I have to check also this material idea because I don't know what it's doing, but something with the lights or whatever is causing some problems here. So now I'm looking at it from the side, but the Y seems to increase upwards in ThreeJs. So that's why we are seeing it upside down. And also the quaternions is, I don't know if they're needed, but at least it works. So it does look like the other one. It's just reflected a little bit. And the positions don't line up because of perspective. But it is the same thing, really. So let's look a little bit also at these lights. So this directional light and this stick material. So mesh basic material. I don't know if that's the reason why this is so slow or some other reason, but how is my video? Does it get stuck in any way? Because I'm getting weird feedback from OBS and YouTube. Yeah, my webpage just doesn't want to refresh anymore. Now it's faster. I suspect that the reason is something to do with what we talked before about adding so many different elements to the scene. Because the more it moves, the longer it takes to refresh the page. I think it's a little better now when I changed the material and removed some of the lighting. But the longer it takes for it to move on the scene, the more non-responsive it becomes. So probably garbage collection or something happens before the page before the page is refreshed. Yeah, creating the meshes again and again. It's not very slow because this works at the same speed as the 2D canvas at the top. So if I remove entirely the 3D visualization, this animation doesn't really change. We can try to see if it looks different, but you see, I'm refreshing and now it gets stuck. So now it's doing something. And I think that what it's doing is those, yeah, this looks just maybe a little bit faster now. But I think that, and refreshing is immediate. But because of this stupid approach of just putting the things, um, redrawing the objects all the time in that way, maybe we have to fix this, or else it's not going to work properly. But I think that clearing the beast could be done in some better way. Let's see. And I think that all these meshes that are added to the scene, they need to be cleared before the browser refreshes or before the tab closes. If not, the browser somehow still keeps them in memory and maybe it doesn't know how to remove them later, or I don't know. But the issue is really when refreshing the page, and yeah, let's see once if we can get this, like if we can remove these things. This clear best here is can this be done better? Yeah, I'm going to ask some things. Thank you. I have a few questions. Are quaternions really needed for this simple rotation? And when clearing the best, is it possible to remove from memory I don't know, clean the memory somehow? It looks like after several iteration renderings, I don't know, the scene lag appears. It's not really correct because I don't notice that the Strandbeest is getting slower necessarily, but there is lag from the tab thing. And I don't think I need to be very precise about these questions. They are just questions. Very likely it's also going to produce some code. I know I don't have ThreeJs locally, but if I remove the Strandbeest from there, it was loading immediately. So and also now you saw every refresh I'm doing here, if it doesn't have many renderings there, it's almost instantly. So it's over the internet, but that's not the reason. The more the animation proceeds, the longer it takes for the refresh to take effect. So I really suspect it's this. But if it's not possible to fix, we just have to do what you were suggesting this whole time. So reposition the things. But I'm just curious in these different things. So uh, it doesn't have an ID specifically, but the Strandbeest doesn't have doesn't change the sticks in any way. So the order is the same. So I could just update their properties with them in the same order, at least for now. The ID solution would be the best, really. Yeah, okay. So, yeah. This is the most important update here. I think it's going to solve the problem. Again, I'm not an expert with these things. I just know like the theory of how the things work and what is involved there, but I don't know really what I consider myself an expert of, because I think experts should really be very comfortable with some languages or some environments. And like on YouTube, I do these animation things, this canvas stuff a lot, but that's very little compared to what I do normally. And maybe I'm good at those, but yeah, I don't know what I'm really expert in. Perfect. No problem. So let's just let it go all the way to the end, and see if after that, when I refresh, it refreshes faster. So if I press now refresh in 3, 2, 1, instant. So the problem really was that. And maybe if I would have opened these developer tools to profile what is happening, basically these geometry things were still kept in the memory, and they were accumulating at each frame, more and more of them at each frame. And then I suppose the browser was trying to get rid of them before refreshing. But now really the movement is just fine. So so I'm quite sure my explanation is correct here. And all your suggestions make complete sense. So we would benefit from uh, moving the existing sticks, giving them IDs, and so on. So eventually those might be on the to-do list. But at the moment, I do have a 3D environment, and in that 3D environment, I am visualizing this object. It seems to be decent, the strategy, and it has the same approach of clearing everything and redrawing everything. So it's enough for my situation now. And all those other fine-tuning things are really if you care about efficiency so much, and if you want to make the application scale in some different way. Okay, and the scene here, so let's see how it looks with the light background. And I don't know why the sticks are now black. Why are the sticks black? So I just changed the color. Oh, the ambient light is many different creative decisions. It decided so many different things there. Okay, so I don't need this directional light. The ambient light just can be white, and the background of the scene here, it's okay if it's some light gray like this. Maybe it could even be a little bit darker gray. Not too dark, because then the contrast with this, oh, sorry. The contrast with this orange becomes too small to see really well. But okay, and to change that orientation, somebody was saying something about the up vector. So the z value is this way. I don't know. So I got it the right side up, but now the z should be negative. And I suppose that now, yeah, y is up. And I suppose now it's decent. I could also make the camera look like follow the Strandbeest or fancy things like that. Or implement those orbit controls. So let's see why those orbit controls don't work. I'm gonna undo a little bit because I don't have that piece of code anymore, and it's fastest, I think, to undo and now redo everything than to find this change from the AI. And if I'm going to paste it here again, so this was breaking it, or no, it wasn't breaking it. It wasn't breaking it, but using the orbit controls was breaking it. So defining them here. Yeah, I think I can say here, but I suspect that these orbit controls, something has changed in the way that they are used. I also know that there are multiple types of controls, so there might be some kind of confusion between how to use them or whatever. But okay, before making the orbit controls, those quaternions, so let's look also at that explanation. So this is also another thing that could have been done. So object pooling, those cylinders can just be in a pool, another approach for doing it, and then every time, wow, many things I didn't even read here. But different approaches. I liked the idea with the ID from previously that Hans was pointing out. So I wouldn't implement an object pool for this. And I think that with the disposing from here, it just doesn't matter. It's a little bit extra work maybe, but it's negligible. And then this rotation approach. So if this works, then we can simplify this stuff. So what is it doing? Start, end, and then the position copy start, look at end, rotate X. So where is start and where is end and where is X? Ah, okay. P1. After the mesh is created. So then this piece of code would not be needed if it works. But then this piece of code is needed because it's adding the meshes there. And now let's see some if we get some strange behavior. We don't. It seems to be the same. There could be some strange situations where it doesn't work as expected, like this gimbal lock tends to happen in some orientations, some rotations, but I think that for what we are doing now, the logic shouldn't need to be this complicated. And it seems okay. So I remove all of this mess, and this is one example where I mean, the code that is working now, I can clearly say it's it's easier. I mean, I didn't even talk about what quaternions are, and if I would start to talk about what those are, I wouldn't know how to talk about them. I use them so little that I don't know how to teach them and explain them. But this I could definitely explain. So moving the mesh to the start, looking at the end, it's just doing some angle stuff to get the end. This, I didn't get why that is needed. But it's needed. And if you want to to I don't know, get some abstract art of the Strandbeest in I don't know, in 4D or whatever, it might look something like this. Okay. Now everything is also oriented along one plane. So everything is really stuck in one plane. And maybe the quaternions at some point would be useful. I'm gonna actually keep this code commented out here, just in case it becomes useful. Normally I don't leave commented code, but I think it's something that we might see today as we're working on it. So I leave it here like this for now. And eventually I hope to remember to remove it. So yeah, before I start to play with those orbit controls, let me just remove this one from here. I will do one commit. So Let's check the messages a little bit and have a break. Hello, Paradox from Greece. Nice. I guess it's warm there. It's surprisingly warm here in Finland as well. It's like summer this week for some reason, even though it was freezing last week. You know JavaScript, so you can understand but cannot write. I think I don't know. I think practice is important. So there is this thing with people call it tutorial hell, that people watch people coding. Maybe they even practice coding those projects, but then only are able to code those specific projects. But some people also just watch things and they understand what's going on and they don't practice. But because you look at something and you always hear things that make sense, you have this false idea that you really understand what's going on. But it tends to just come in one ear and out the other. So really practicing is very important. So when I make tutorials, I try to be clear. So basically everything I say should be clear. And you think, yeah, I get this. Yeah, I get this. Yeah, I get this. And that, and that, and that. And then the end of the video. But if you start over without the video and try to reproduce the project, you already forgot what you got in the beginning. So really there is this practice that needs to happen. Like you should try coding different things and getting stuck and see how you go over it. And yeah, I mean, these explainers are in a way bad because they, especially the tutorials I make that are scripted, and they have been, sometimes I'm thinking about those solutions for months and then I just show the final result. It feels like everything is simple, and many people comment, it's so simple, I didn't know it can be so simple. And it's yeah, it's different when you do it for real. So for that reason I also mix in these live streams where different problems happen. And it's hard to say why you cannot write, but I really think one should practice coding by thinking about something they want to implement and start to implement it. And that every time you get stuck into something and every time you manage to figure out a way around it, that is the kind of knowledge that sinks in. And that's the kind of knowledge that stays so deep that you can just rely on it as a reflex in the future. And these reflexes are the things that make you able to write code. If you just understand what happens and you also understand maybe what AI is producing, you just become good at understanding things, but it's not the same as producing the things. It's almost like you look at some work of art, like a painting of something, and you understand that that's a tree and that's a face and that's a person, but you can't really paint those things. I don't know how to explain it better. So anyway. Yeah. Oh, really? So you've used quaternions. I think I've used quaternions very rarely, maybe in a couple of projects, I don't know. I've used them in the explainer about the Euclidean distance, where I coded some animations that explain that in higher dimensional spaces, but not for real. And I just very often guess what is supposed to happen or see some code snippets that solve the problem for me. But if you get the hang of it, they are very powerful things. It's very similar to how beginner coders like in this project, we have been using this vector. Many people who are beginners, they just work independently with X and Y because they find it's simple to calculate a difference on X and a difference on Y every time. And the code in that level makes sense if you're making something small. But then when you start relying heavily on those, you realize that you're essentially duplicating the amount of code. So when you use a lot of them, and then it becomes harder to understand that. But if you're a beginner and you hear about things like subtracting, adding higher dimensional objects, not just numbers or magnitude, normalize, what even is that? Rotating, and then you have some crazy stuff there. Maybe you can get quickly these and figure out that, okay, those are used for rotation, but then combining it in some way and making it as a function just seems a little bit extra stuff. And the same goes with quaternions. It's something that seems difficult to learn for me because I haven't used them very much. But when you do get the hang of it, relying on them for stuff becomes straightforward, and it does make those strange animations between rotations much more smooth and intuitive. Otherwise, with Euler angles, it's a mess. I think 3Blue1Brown has a video on quaternions, and I remember seeing it a long time ago, and made sense, and it was all clear, but it doesn't mean I know how to work with them very well. Okay, yeah, so, yeah, and then Daniel, yeah, a spider. It did look like a spider. Where was it? It was in the stick 3D drawing. No. Where did we have the quaternion code? So it was in the scene. Scene and drawing, creating the stick, adding the stick there. So this was the spider. Oh yeah, it's a very abstract looking spider. So very cool. Okay, back to those orbit controls. So why they don't work? Let's see. Add them back to the scene here. And there was also this piece of code in the rendering apparently was needed. Let's add it. It was there. So now orbit controls is not a constructor. And I'm just going to ask, see if it's able to figure out. Everything is great now. Thanks. But when adding the orbit controls, I get this. So I suspect these controls have maybe changed in the past. I don't know. And maybe it knows an old way to work with them. Uh-huh. Let's try the first one. So I wouldn't know how to start debugging the issues, but replacing that link first, maybe. I don't know. Okay, so the error worked, but I mean, went away, but I don't see anything anymore. When adding these controls, they tend to change these initial camera look at and whatever. So, but I can now move things around here with my mouse and pan and zoom, and it actually works. So this is, it started to work with just a change in the input there. So this import had a problem. Before it was, so before it was this link and now it's this link. This seems to be minified, but that doesn't really matter. Path is different, so yeah, anyway, it works, but I don't get my initial setup anymore. Okay. So T is asking how much is done. I don't know. Nothing is done. Mm. We just try different things. I don't know what we aim at really, but just getting the 3D environment working. So this is fine, but I think that the controls now somehow need to know these coordinates. So maybe target is 525 400 0. Okay, well, this was lucky. So I don't need the camera look at, I just have the target there. And now rotating around is it's working. I can also pan with the right mouse button and zoom. So I think that I'm ready to spread the object apart on 3 different layers side by side. If I set up the camera after the orbit controls, I don't know. Let's try. But I can't because it needs the camera. But maybe you mean if I take these methods and move them after that, it doesn't work. So somehow I vaguely remember that the orbit controls and controls in general, they did something stupid here. They somehow overwrite those other methods there. Okay, and I really don't like this, so the origin should be here. we have these hard-coded values there, and creating the scene. Now it means that anywhere where we generate this object, so let's say that we generate it at more to the left so that it has more space to walk, it also generates in the scene there. This highlights in a different color. I don't think that's the reason. Um, oh, I didn't refactor this properly, so maybe that's the reason. Okay. So now it works, but actually the reason why this one, so what really happens is that the target, the camera is now focusing on that origin vector, but here the canvas is not focusing on that object, so it's fine. Basically, this one is focusing, should focus on the center of the canvas, I suppose. So instead of the origin, it should focus on something else. Canvas center, so we could say center to the 3D scene. And now it kind of looks like the same thing and a little bit changed because of perspective. But basically it's looking at some location that we just say is in the center of the screen. I will rename this to be look at vector because it's more clear in this context. And this parameter here is how far away from the object we want to be. So so if we say 400 here minus distance from the object, we just see it smaller because we are further away. But okay, this seems fine, and I can modify this as expected. Okay, now, hello, Adrian. Yeah, I want to move it, and I want to spread apart these components so that I can more easily tell what it's made from. I want to build one of these in the real world, and I don't know how to do it. Um, I don't know how to do it. So I know the measurements and everything, but there's something here in the middle. I'm not sure how to create the structure that rotates and the support there. And if these 6 legs are enough, or do we need to mirror this more times for stability? And I think looking at it in 3D is better, because now it's just a mess. It looks crazy, like very cool, but I don't understand exactly what's happening. So I want to add an artificial a separation there, and eventually maybe start working also. I don't know if I want to implement 3D physics. Probably not enough brain power in this stream. But at least I want to separate, so I want to tell it apart. And for that, I think that when we create the Strandbeest, so these are the legs. All of them have some origin vector here, but this origin vector should also have some kind of z component. Maybe. And then decide that the offset depending on this I somehow. So maybe I want center to be still at 0. So no. So the other one was better. Why is this so difficult now? So I just want For some reason, my head doesn't want to cooperate. So I just want to have -1 for the first one, 0 for the second one, and 1 for the last one for this Z offset. Maybe also scaling by some value, because 1 is a small value. So let's see. Let's just put ×10 there to see if it works. So basically, the same thing goes down here. Let's see how we can refactor this code. I don't like that we are duplicating so many things. But basically something like this. And running this, it's not going to make any change, only because the AI decided to put 0 here. And maybe some other reason. Of course, every other reason. I mean, the origin is the only thing that has maybe different coordinates, but the origin might not even be visible here. And inside of the leg constructor, I have to go and check. So generate leg from this origin vector. Coordinates. All these points. So something like that, and points something like that, and return all of them this way. Still 2 coordinates. The legs have 3 coordinates there, but then the particles. Oh. Okay, so now the points here are like that, but the new particle doesn't have that information. It loses it, so particle also needs that. So it should have it. I think it should have it. So if I check the particles here, it has the Z as well, but probably the functions for doing the calculations in the vector, they return a new vector all the time, and that one doesn't. So Wait a second. These, how did these vectors have the z? Because okay. It just replaced this location. Yeah, okay. But then all the other vector operations here. So z, 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 z. Yeah, I think this function supports multiple parameters, so this should work. This uses that, it should work. Rotate doesn't work. It needs another angle also. But I put that there and hope for the best because we don't need rotations along that axis just yet. So in this leg, I want to remove now this debugger. Okay, it's removed. So crazy stuff. So crazy stuff, I think, because of the physics. Let's do this one thing that it was asking for. So the code is becoming a little messy because I don't want to. Wow. Wow. Well, still doesn't work. I just broke the physics. Damn. Why did it break? A bad feeling about this. I shouldn't have went into the physics, but I don't know. I mean, I could have changed. Let's try to see if this can be fixed, and if not, then I will undo a little bit and try some other way because I don't want to solve this other problem now. My head doesn't seem to work anymore, and it's dangerous to leave it in this state. So yeah, let's look a little bit what's happening here. So let's go here. And Z is changing. The physics is, I think, making the segments, moving the segments somehow on the z-axis, but for some reason I can't see it here at all. They do have z values. They do have z values. Direction vector is a 3D vector. It has a z value. The cylinder the start and end are 0. Okay. So this is why we don't see it in the 3D mode. Going really in the third dimension, but now you can see it collapsed in the third dimension as well. And if I don't add gravity, so if the gravity is 0, then the motor is just moving it and it looks like it's spinning it around or something. But in the 3D, you can see it somehow breaks it apart because there is no structure telling it that it must be in one, that each leg must remain in one plane. So somehow it stabilizes in 3D easier. And then here the color coding is appearing because in the 2D mode, maybe the length of the vector is not really the same as in the beginning or something like that. So this looks just horrible here. Yeah, so I will probably do what Adrian is saying there, putting the legs in separate planes and ignoring the z in the physics and everything else. But eventually I do want to fix the physics in 3D as well. It's just not something that I want to do today. Definitely, I don't feel it, and how does this thing work? It can't work if the only point of contact is there. It's nothing holding it straight. So in these real structures, it must be much more complex. It is. So each leg here doesn't have just one stick. It has two of them in the z direction. It has each leg has more sticks. Hmm. Here, like behind this is this only works because these pipes coming from inside of the wall have a direction and the sticks are wrapping around that pipe. And these pipes here also seem to go like that, and the stick is wrapping around the pipe tightly, so that prevents the stick from moving also in that Y direction, Z direction in our space. But the physics wouldn't work if this point here would just be, I don't know, tape. So in the real world, the stick is like, instead of being just a triangle here, it's a pyramid. Yeah, I can fix it to bend just in 2 dimensions, but the thing I want to do eventually is build it, and I have to think what can I use to build it in the real world, because it seems it needs more structure here. Yeah. Okay, but back gravity, thank you. And Strandbeest vector file. So the vector changes, all these changes here, I discard them. I don't want them. Strandbeest, Z offsets, I do want them. I want them, so those are fine. This I do want these changes, definitely. And the leg, it's generating these coordinates, but I don't want it to do it in this way. So basically the Z offset of the legs like the origin vector Z value so inside of the leg here, the origin vector, does it ever change? So this update function is never called. We don't use that one. We update all the physics is now updating everything independently. And then drawing it, it just draws all the sticks without knowing anymore which is which. It didn't care before about which is which. Just gets everything. Yeah, this needs different way of doing it. So the leg needs to remember this. Let's just call it z offset, like that. And here, instead of get moving parts, we have to specifically go leg by leg. So leg doesn't have this draw 3D, but it doesn't need to. Oh. I guess that worked. add duplicated code. Okay, yeah, it's starting to be a little better. Each one of these elements can't really work in 2 dimensions because this segment here, the lever, is going through other things. So so it's not totally proper what is happening here. But it's better than what we had before. I mean, I can inspect each of them, and at least here I can't tell anything apart. And here I can. I could emphasize maybe these levers, different colors, or something more. But I have a feeling that I'm going to end this stream faster because somehow my head doesn't want to work today. Yeah. Okay, now let's check the comments. I'm a little behind with those. Oh wow, many discussions I missed. Duplicate nodes with different z values, Stefan. Yeah, I did that eventually. I think. Thanks. I just missed your comment. Job market is so bad. politics stuff, and yeah, job situation is very difficult. So there are many reasons I can't talk about them, and I don't think I understand the whole situation. But in the Corona times, people have hired a lot of people, and companies have hired a lot, and now they don't have so much need, and layoffs have happened because of that. There's also this AI thing, which is starting to play a real role. Like junior developers are expected to know very many things because otherwise the tasks that junior developers would do are the same as the tasks that AI would do. Like it's very difficult for companies to train new interns. It would be sometimes cheaper to just use these AI and senior developers work with those models instead of people. But in that approach, you don't get senior developers, and it's never clear. It's not clear at all that in someday senior developer jobs are going to be taken by AI. It has looked like AI has grown in like capabilities, but larger code bases are a problem, very demanding, expensive if you use the paid versions. Not as expensive at all as paying some new employee, but it's something. And the more large code bases you want to integrate them in, the more costly they become. So yeah, and of course AI is just one thing, but customers don't know how to talk to AI and explain what they need to do, and I don't know, it's crazy. Many crazy things are happening at the same time. So hard to say the one reason for why it's like that, but there are reasons, multiple reasons, and politics also are reasons. Yeah, then Adrian was saying about wrapping the legs in a plane. Yeah, I think that's good. And yeah, Hans is explaining it in very well here, that I need stabilization in 3 axes. So there is nothing preventing this tip to just collapse on one side or another. And according to this video, here there is something preventing it to go to one side or another. There's another triangle appearing here. This is a triangular pyramid here. So it's not a one single triangle, what I have here. So really the 3D structure previously was collapsing because of that. There was pressure from gravity to push stuff down, and I don't know, for whatever reason, in calculations, it decided that it should go that way. So the sticks were collapsing in that part, in that way. And the structure that I would need to generate for the 3D is just much more complicated, and I can do it, but maybe now if I try to do it, it's hard. I really don't know. I also have some questions, many questions, like here we have this 3D structure. So here the length of this triangle here, it's longer than the length of this I value here. because probably the height in this one triangle is the same as that I value. I would assume that that's how it works. I don't know if I'm explaining clearly what I have in mind, but basically, the reason the 3D physics wasn't working is it was working, maybe. I don't know. I didn't check it very thoroughly, and that rotate function was something I didn't investigate very much. I just slapped that z value there. But looking at this structure in 3D, and there's no reason it should stand up. That's the whole point. Let's see also that metal version, because somehow. So when you see animations like this, okay, so this animation kind of does what I'm doing, but it's again just a simplified version because it doesn't have the support there. It's just an animation in 3D. So these ones clearly have more complexity. I didn't notice it until now because it's so messy to look at. Like, look at that. I just see a bunch of sticks. And when I look at our version, like this one here, I also see a bunch of sticks. But the bunch of sticks in the real version is larger. So, yeah. Okay. Now back to checking the messages. And yeah, fix the joints to only bend in 2 dimensions instead of 3. Yes, I guess that could be something. So keep the vector operations in 2D basically, and force the z coordinate into place. Like that would be the math. But of course, if you think about a joint like that, at some point it will break if you push too hard in along the z thing. So the vector operations do need to transfer to 3D at some point. I think so. And I think, yeah, I would like to somehow simulate the 3D as much as possible here. So moving towards that direction, and maybe this one with the added geometry. I wanted to see the metal version because this one looks thin. So this one that Adam was building, it looks very thin, but actually it's not. It does have these duplicated values here. So you see this line here is not just one stick, it's 2 of them. But instead of, I think metal is just stronger, and thinner sticks can be placed in this way. So the bottom part is still a triangle here. The bottom is still a triangle, but then these duplicated like sticks here are preventing this triangle from collapsing in a little different way. In a different way than what we saw in the other video. So, okay. But Yeah, but here, this does look like a pyramid again. I don't know. You see that there are, when people start building these things, there are so many small things that they can't really explain in one video everything. This structure is complicated. The um, uh, Theo Jansen making these, he has been doing them for like 10 years or more. And I think Adam needed 3 days or so to figure stuff out. I remember seeing the video. And he talked with Mr. Jansen and also studied them some time. I don't think he just jumped into building this all of a sudden. So yeah. Anyway, okay. So I do want to introduce real 3D movement at some point. 3D printer and some straws. Yeah, it sounds like that. Um, maybe for small versions like what I'm trying to build, the 2D version would work. Keeping them just like that. But I'm sure that if you play with it a little bit, then the legs would not align, not be in perpendicular to the direction, not align in the direction of movement, all of them. So yeah, and I do see here this kind of duplicated. So whatever happens on the left is what we have at the moment, but this seems to be also on the right. And I'm curious why this is. Is this really needed? And I think that only after we implement the 3D physics, we know if this is needed really. Because otherwise it collapses. I mean, in the simulation, if it collapses, we can figure out why. But I also suspect, like, here there is this person cycling here, so it's supposed to be in the middle. So when you have three on one side, three on one side, there is some kind of symmetry going on. If you keep just one leg in the middle somehow, it blocks the view. It also maybe the left and right legs aren't balanced. So with the weight in the middle, maybe that causes some issues. I don't know. So there could be reasons why this symmetric variant is everywhere. Mirrored variant is everywhere. That are not necessarily because of stability, but other factors can play in. So I really would like to simulate the whole thing somehow. Yeah. Okay. And okay. Happy Easter, Delta Force. Um, yeah, if those vertices are drawn in 3D, it might make it look better. True. Um, so we call these particles, maybe some other, I mean, joint is a better word here because it's joining things together. But yeah, maybe showing them, it makes it even more clearer. We can, I think, very easily do that, so it's not very hard. Okay. Hi, DC Vlog. Wow, who is the idol? I hope I'm not the idol. um, okay, Theo, web dev in Finland. Hello. Well, I'm also in Finland. um, I mean, this AI that is automating things, this is affecting not just the development situation, but many things. It's very tempting for people to see that they can get stuff done even when they are not professionals. Like people who are beginning to code, they can make some simple prototypes with these AI, and it feels powerful. And also, I would suspect CEOs and people working like higher ranks, they can also do a little bit of these technical things, and they also see this potential, and it's affecting decisions. It's affecting many many things. It's hard to say what is going to happen, but the thing is, these AI things in general can't be used well by non-experts. Sometimes, like if you think about drawings, making drawings or art, they can. You don't have to draw to write a prompt and then the drawing appears there and it's very convincing. But then if you don't like it, you try again until you like the drawing. This is a very subjective thing. But with the code, like if you think about development, you rarely get exactly what you ask for. Like now I tried to be really specific. I had to modify a lot until I got what I wanted. And I knew what I'm doing. That's a very big difference. So if you think about people not knowing so much, they can't use these tools effectively in the working life. So seniors can do it, but then if no juniors come, then who will be the next seniors? So it's a big problem, and they know that. So yeah, I don't know. And this idea that maybe AI becomes so good that the seniors are not needed at some point. There's nothing really suggesting that concretely. There are just the speculations that AI is so good and must become even better because it's so good now, and 4 years ago it was very bad. But I don't know, things are not guaranteed to just grow forever. So I guess we just have to see what's going on. Self-driving car project, yeah. Uh, I don't know when I do more machine learning in JavaScript, but I do plan to do some more math related things and problem solving related things, and I plan something special for the summertime. And the math studied there is also very useful for machine learning as well. So I have a very special thing in the summer and in the autumn, but it's I don't know. I think it's relatively boring, but studying those concepts and the way of approaching the problems is by far the best explanation and the best lesson that I have made so far. So it's not as exciting as self-driving cars, but the things I teach in this thing that is coming is going to be very, very well put, so to speak, and useful in a lot of applications. So let's see. Yeah. Yeah, you need to calculate new lengths and you need to account for this thickness, and it's something that I could do and I probably have to do. I maybe try to do it now, but I have a suspicion that it's not going to go well. So I might just think about this as a future task. I would have liked to get it more than just be able to visualize the 3D now, but let's see, does the genetic thing still work? No, I broke it. So So why did it break? Um, okay. So only one left leg there. And now we have left legs, right legs, because we have a left leg count. I didn't solve this well. Let's just leave it like this with the duplicated code now and it's a little better because these functions are places where you can make mistakes if they don't match perfectly. So now the genetic page still works, and this one still works. Okay. Hello, Cabello and Asker. Okay, you are a lawyer and you want to study IT here. Okay. I think you have to look in when there are open positions at any university and apply. Um, so I can't advise anything more than that. We have applications, I think, in at the end of the year or something like this, and it might be that most universities have the same thing. But now, for example, for this academic year, everybody has already been selected and they will come in the autumn. Yeah, this what Adrian is saying there with the fundamentals. So it feels like when you study fundamentals is kind of pointless in a way because those are also very well understood by AI. So you think, why do I need the fundamentals? It can do that, and I'm gonna teach it the higher level things. But these it's really not like that because AI can make mistakes in the same way in which junior developers can make mistakes. Everybody can make mistakes. AI is just very confident about it. But juniors are confident about it, and developers in general, when they are saying it works on my computer, it's your fault. It's something like that. It's like people can be confident, like it's not my fault. You might have some problem in the code or whatever. It's you might think that AI is very like confident, but people tend to admit their mistakes very rarely as well. Um, and they try to find some other reason, somebody else to blame or whatever. This is, I don't know why it's like that. I guess it's people want to preserve their image or whatever. So really, AI is not any different from that. And without understanding the fundamentals and why things are not working as expected, you can't debug. You can't do the things that I did after getting the code, and it offered me a very good code. It offered me very many useful things. But if people don't understand these fundamental things and they don't notice small things like that the camera is not pointing in the right place, they might say, it shows nothing, it doesn't work, please help me more. And then AI, what does it do? Let's try to rewrite the code in a different way. and it's going to do another thing. But fundamentally understanding these things is the way that you can work with AI effectively. Seniors can do that. Good junior developers can also do that. So if you know the fundamentals, if you're able to solve problems in an interview, and you're also able to use AI effectively, it's a step forward, I think. So juniors have to be capable of more than they used to, and it's not easy. It's always the situation then when people are just freshly graduated or self-taught or whatever, but when they go to apply for jobs, it's always that companies wish they had 5 years experience from somewhere. But it's yeah, it doesn't, that has been also before AI. So yeah, so problem solving skills, communication, creativity. So what Adrian is pointing out, that they make very good sense. So what job market really wants is a problem solver, somebody who can do things, who can solve different things, not necessarily coding, but in general. How to say? During my PhD defense, I got problem. I had the sound wasn't working in the room. It worked before, but the protocol is that you go in the morning, you set up the room, you prepare the presentation, and it's gonna be ready at 12. But before 12, you go to have lunch with your opponent and supervisor, and I had to go away. And then at 12 o'clock, I'm going there and assuming everything still works. And nobody touched the things, but the systems just failed. Something failed, so somehow the speakers turned off automatically, or I don't know, but something made the sound not work anymore. And I was panicking because the presentation had to be on some strict deadline. I didn't have time to solve the problem, and eventually I gave up on doing that demo or whatever it was. Nobody in the room knew how to solve the problem. I had some people assisting as well. I didn't know how to solve the problem because I tested it the previous day. I tested it in the morning. Everything was fine, and all of a sudden it breaks. Volume shows maximum, whatever. If I would have been an even better problem solver, or if somebody else would have been a good problem solver in that situation, it would have saved from some kind of embarrassing moment. So, in general, somebody who knows how to solve specific problems is very valuable, and solving many kinds of different problems makes you good at that. I would say it's the most sought after skill. So you're asked how would you approach this? It doesn't mean you have to solve it right now, but have some ideas, demonstrate that you have been solving a lot of problems and that you are capable of coming up with new ideas all the time. It's not just about being able to code something. And yeah, very good point from Adrian, I think. And Yeah. Anyway, so I don't really know. I think I'm going to maybe still. Should I try that physics? I have a bad feeling about doing that now. Maybe I try to visualize things a little bit better. Like maybe add those particles and visualize them as well. And use colors a little bit more. Maybe separate these even more and maybe draw these levers um, somehow better. Because now I don't really see the lever so clearly. I assume it's this line right here, but it's also kind of overlapping the other legs in the back. Yeah. So maybe just simple visual things to have the thing cleaner. And then next time, or maybe later today if it becomes like so obvious that I can fix it. But yeah, visualizing those particles. Let's try that. I'm missing it from here. Okay, so here drawing the 3D scene, we have that. We tell the stick to draw itself. Okay, but then the leg also has some particles. So here we can get that as well. Let's do it first because somehow they are more fundamental than the sticks. The particles, I think they are just an array. Yeah, so I don't need these object values. And let's change my music here because I'm listening some very slow stuff and maybe I'm faster like this. So this is radius, I think. These are some polygons or whatever. Oh. Oh, this does look like it needs this does look like it needs to be mirrored because the points of contact are just two. So I have very few points of contact here. Many legs are just in the air all the time. And there is not enough, there are not enough points of contact to keep this thing up. It's just gonna collapse from this. So it needs to be like that. It can't be just it can't be just like in this animation. So this is in the air, this is in the air, this is in the air, this is in the air. That means that in this situation, just that leg and that leg are touching. So it just goes that way and probably falls on this other leg. But it doesn't move like in this video. It just tilts and falls on that one. Um, or if this rigidity is lower, it collapses, but a little higher. Still collapses. Still collapses. No, even if it's lowering like that, it doesn't touch in more places than two, it seems. Very rarely maybe I see a third point, but it's not there really. I undo this to have the previous rigidity. I liked that value. And yeah. Really, these points don't make it easier. They make it a bit harder. I think they're too big. So now it's better. It does help here, I think. But then this motor, so I don't remember how we implemented the motor. It has a lever. From the endpoints. But that doesn't matter. I think that the motor is just forcing the tip of the leg endpoints of the tip of the leg to move. So the lever So the lever is part of the leg itself. It wasn't in some other way. So the diagram that Peter drew in the past, so this M, it's part of the leg itself. Also, I remember when we fixed the leg, so I didn't like the previous implementation, so we used this one. This was Peter's implementation, and I ported it to our code. So I forgot to put here credits for that, and the contact points should be on opposite plane. Okay. So you think that the way I'm spreading apart this is not like the angles could be different or something? Maybe. But I mean, there is support in the middle as well. It could be that we can just have two of them in front and then maybe two of them in the back. I think that in these videos there are so many other structures visualized, so not all of them have that shape. There are very many different kinds of so so here it looks like something in the back and in the front, and in the front it's kind of the same structure, and then something weird there. Uh, Also some other ways, other structures, but it just looks like a lot of them in parallel is the one approach, I think. Um, yeah, very hard to see what's going on there. And and something is wobbly here, like this stick here. It's so yeah. Anyway, so back to our situation. I would like to somehow emphasize segment M, which is that lever. So Stefan is proposing something. So you mean like how they offset? Maybe, yeah. Yeah, I think that when we have physics implemented for 3D and then the structure is supporting 3D, then we can experiment with the different configurations, like maybe something in the front, something in the back, or more in parallel like this. Eventually, it must work because it starts to get a lot of those things. A grid on the floor. I don't know. I don't want to add a grid on the floor because I want to see the structure from everywhere, and if I put something there, then I can see it from the bottom when I inspect. Or I guess you could have one-sided materials or something, but I think that it's just there. So the whole computation is in memory. There is some kind of flaw caused by this 2D visualization there, constraining the the thing. So that's why it's not falling forever, because it could fall if I don't do that. Like if the origin is going to be somewhere high up, um, like 0.2, then it falls at first. So there is something there. It's just not shown. Yeah, and I like it to be close to the floor so it falls just a little bit. Yeah, so I wanted to somehow take the M stick and color it differently. Like that. And when generating the leg, stick M, I would like to give it a red color. Or let's see. So some things are drawn on top of other things. And that's why I don't see the color. But I don't know why. I don't know why the other ones are not shown. Let's see this motor, because maybe it does do something. No. Yeah. Um, but very often we humans also just do. I mean, we use the things that we have learned, and you apply them in a way. We do invent something new, but it's rare that we invent something groundbreaking, like revolutionary. It's usually putting together some things. And I remember when the AI image generators were a thing, people were testing crazy things like make a purple cow on the moon or whatever, and it was doing it. And because it knew what a cow is, it knew what purple is, it knew what the moon should look like. Uh, you are the one making the creative decision of combining those things. It wasn't the AI, but it can do your creative stuff. So I don't know. I like the way I use it, like for this automation, and I save time. And the code that is coming is it doesn't have typos. At least I make typos sometimes, and so really speeding up, but not replacing. I think there's a very big difference. And speeding up somebody who is new, like a junior developer, it speeds up the mistakes as well. So those are the kind of things that juniors have to become really good at, like the fundamentals and understanding those things. This creativity is really important, and communication with your boss, with your other with the customers, and with the AI, because people tend to not know how to explain in simple words things. And when you really understand it, you can explain it in simple words. And yeah, but very good points from Christoph. Yeah, why is this not working? So I get the leg. The sticks come from the left legs. Oh, what are these? These are some new sticks. Some sticks that weren't previously there. So it's forcing the levers at fixed angles. Um, So these actually are also, let's see, green this time. And I really think that there is some crazy overlap happening there. So when we add these sticks in the scene, I was playing before with random radius here because it would reveal the colors sometimes when overlapping things are preventing the color from appearing. But I would expect here to see the same thing as I'm seeing with this red. So something is not right. Okay, actually, those lever sticks from the motor, they are not drawn anywhere. So I'm not handling those well either. I hate it. No, this is not very well done. Um, Now they are in the same place. They are not offset by the legs in any way. So because the motor doesn't have this Z depth. So basically, if I would add them here, like this, I think that they will just... Oh, okay. I don't remember anymore how it works. So looks like the green ones are those. Green ones are those. Okay. They are extra sticks that have been added to 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 keep the levers at fixed angles. So extra sticks to keep levels at fixed angles. So similar problem as this as these triangles there that I was saying it has to be a pyramid. Last time we had to add, so similar problem with the structure, holding the structure. We need those green ones because without those green ones, the levers in this 3D mode would, in this 2D mode would collapse. But now there's nothing really. Yeah, it's something is messy here. So these green triangles are perfectly aligned here in 3D so that the levers are at fixed angles between them, or at least they try to be because the physics affects them as well. So they are for robustness. Without these, it's not going to work. So without those, the levers are not synchronized anymore. So these distances here, these angles are not kept at the same thing. So we can leave them now, and the main idea is we should actually imagine a 3D kind of structure, like a 3D prism, that is holding them in that place, and the green segments are just slices of that prism on the three different planes. But it's an artificial construct. We don't have the real thing that is holding them. But I don't know why these are not turning red. Ah, okay. Yeah, something is messy there. And I don't like that overlap. So why do we have an extra segment coming there for the motor? Why isn't it the segment, the stick from the actual? So we have the tip and the angle. Why is the lever generated on particles on one particle and an angle instead of on the segment, on that M segment, an M stick? Because that's what it should really be. That M stick is the lever. So the motor here, it should be made to use that stick. So the origin, so the motor was built on somewhere here with the origin particle. So this one is the left leg endpoint origin. And from that origin, we have a lever to the endpoint and a lever to right leg endpoint. The angle is different. Okay. So I think we can just replace this with that. And pass this one here. And then in the add lever, so that origin is also something we have to figure out. But so at the moment, this Z offset, if yeah, the origin is going to be on the -1, so behind, I suppose. It maybe doesn't matter. Let's see. I hope. I think that rotation is just 2D here for now, so maybe it's going to work. So when I'm now looking at the motor, add lever, this is going to be a segment. So I don't think anything is happening now. So I mean, no difference. P1 is probably the origin, so P2 is getting it to move. But this has the different color. This doesn't have the different color. Doesn't. It doesn't. So why don't they have it? It should be that all segments get that color for the M stick. Ah. Yeah, very complicated things that I forgot. So these M sticks are sometimes regenerated between other particles. This looks messy, but I actually don't think that there is a better way of doing this. I explained this very much in the last stream. Um, Basically, when you connect the legs together, there needs to be some the M stick from one leg has to be the same as the M stick from another leg. So basically, um, this thing here. So this stick here is connected to this leg on the right and also this leg on the left. So at some point the M stick is regenerated for to connect the particle coming from the other leg. Crazy stuff. So this is why we weren't getting red there for all of them. And now if I'm drawing this again, and let's see if I can again remove this. Now there's no problem anymore. So very complex stuff was happening before. The stick was over like enveloped in another one that wasn't with the color, and bah. Yeah. Okay, so now it kind of works. And this color emphasis, I like it. But the red-green combination is not very good for um, colorblind people. So usually blue-red works better. Okay. So this 3D view is, I think it's clearer now. Maybe we can, oh, okay. Maybe I can actually activate that. I mean, at the moment it looks like it walks without any problems, but it's not really walking, so. And I think that we do have control for the different leg counts, so I think the default values are 3 and 3, but okay. I think the reason it's broken like this is, and this starts to be slow, so eventually we have to make that 3D update better, I think. But now it does look like more points are touching the bottom. So the last ones here, they are overlapping there, but you can see many gray points are touching the bottom at the same time. So there would be stability. Okay. Um, I really think that the way to get this, to get the best idea here is to just really implement the 3D physics as well. And there are some problems with this motor, so it looks like it doesn't generalize well. Like if I put just 2, I get an error. Because this piece of code is not good. So this 1, 2 here is bad. It should be. Yeah. So now I don't actually need to check this because the for loop checks it for us. And then this piece of code, I think, can be added here, and this makes it more general. So if this is like that, um, um, hmm. So now it just has two legs on each side. And they are kept at the same distance by this kind of, again, this weird structure here that is kind of 3D, but we only show the sliced plane. So then if we put 4 of them, now it looks okay, but this one here is not good because of how the offset is calculated, so I couldn't think of this. Should be very easy. I just, for some reason, I can't think about it right now. So let's just say I minus left leg count divided by 2 and put a floor here and see what happens. So now I have 4 of them and they look okay. But it doesn't move anymore. And here I don't see 4 of them in this 2D mode. Why is that? Oh, it's probably because, yeah, I think they are there. Yeah, here you can tell a little bit. Sometimes they are appearing. It's just almost perfectly in the back. So, yeah, so it's overlapping each other. And then with 3, it still works as before. And with 6, yeah, I have to do something about these. Redrawing everything like that is kind of bad. So maybe I work on this efficiency to have the 3D actually working. And it also looks like with the 6 legs, it works, it moves. So 4 legs actually seems to somehow disturb this balance somehow. Yeah, I know for each is bad for performance, but a real performance problem is the way we are doing the 3D. It's very stupid. So I would have liked to keep things very like in parallel, but so here add stick shouldn't really add more things, and clear best shouldn't dispose anything anymore. Actually, it shouldn't even be called anymore. So the thing is, without this clear best there, uh, it's gonna be crazy because it adds very many segments all the time and particles and whatever. So it crashes everything. But now the idea is that when I draw the 3D, so it seems like I have to do something about that. So the particles draw on the scene, the sticks draw on the scene, and let's make also more efficient. Actually don't need these. I do for the indexing. Now I don't want to generate what I don't need here, so the geometry is only needed for this. The material is updating because it's controlling if it's touching something or not. The position update has to happen regardless, so it goes here, and the material update has to happen regardless. So it can be done here, and that means the else is like that. This can go away, and geometry and the object itself is added and created here. Okay, and then for the sticks, similar stuff, but the yeah, let's see. No. And again, I don't actually need that. And start and end are important. Mesh creation goes here. Start and end. Actually, it's not needed, so that, I think that this can go away. And cylinder doesn't need to be created. Actually, the material doesn't change here. So the material can also be created there. The direction, the length changes, the material doesn't. So basically the material is here once and for all. And then the cylinder that is used here, this, every time I need to make a new one or adjust its properties somehow, but I'm not sure if I can change that geometry easily. Maybe I can, but I think that this shouldn't be too memory demanding, so now I just hope for the best. Errors. Because this is where many errors come. Oh. So this is uppercase. The return, I don't think it's really used anywhere in both cases. What did I do? Actually, the theory is not that odd numbers keep it moving. The theory is that when they are spread apart by 120 degrees, if one of the levers is duplicated, then there is an off balance. So that 120 degrees seems to be a requirement according to the video, and it needs to have a multiple of 3 in that case. So the multiple of 3 would be that theory, but it's just a theory. I can try later, but now it's just not working. So oh no. Oh no, 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 no. I need to use IDs like Hans said in the beginning. Damn it. I can't do this because actually I don't know why I can't do that. Yeah, because this stupid thing. So I'm looping through all the legs, and each leg has its own index 1, index 2, index 3, and then it doesn't match with those. But then we do messy stuff with copying particles at some point, and is that indexing preserved? when the leg is generated there is this crazy stuff where first particle becomes some other particle, and it seems like they're just being copied. Let's try, because IDs would simplify so much. And sticks. Okay. And then Strandbeest is going to not really care about this index anymore. So just that. And when we draw this 3D, the index is not needed anymore because it is needed, but the index comes from, not from the parameter, but this ID. And the particle also the same thing, so like that. And yeah, and then the scene, I suppose we need to use object here instead then. And that. And yeah, this is fine. Maybe. And now, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Something weird is going on. Also, why are there so many? Do I still have 6 of them? At least it's fast. This, whatever I'm doing now, needs to be fixed. Yeah, with 5 it doesn't work. It needs to be fixed before I end today, because if not, I have no idea how to fix it next time. So linking to that JS doc, maybe. But really the difficult thing is that part of the code where you connect the different legs to each other. Okay, so now I have just these 2 legs here that are doing some weird movement, but then this code is not working anymore. So I messed up something when calculating, I think, the particles look good. So I messed something up when calculating the angles, I think. So I could compare here the stick to what it was previously. Actually the scene and adding the stick. So adding the stick, the direction. Yeah, the previous version didn't have the Z there, but yeah. Okay, direction, length, cylinder. Actually, this is work. This rotate X is a little different. I think this doesn't need to be here, but here on creation. So oh, the cylinder that is created there has to be updated to the mesh if the mesh already exists. I just need to try this. It's not as efficient as before, but I have to try to see if I get it to work first, and then it doesn't work. So the mesh is there, adding it to the scene, and then those sticks at the index position, copy to start, look at end. Oh, no, it's not. They are not being added again. So, but they are not good. Oh, um, Okay, and can I avoid the geometry also? So this one with the cylinder. Because they do change a little bit the size there, so I would like to stay true to that. If I just do it here, it might look okay. It might look similar. Maybe. So then it won't show distortions, but I think that if something is so horrible that it disconnects at some point, we can tell from how horrible it looks. So and there is always the 2D variant that can help more. So horribly messy stuff here. Hopefully now it's better. So generating the object. Let's move the material here where it's needed. And now I think there shouldn't be a problem with many legs. It's fine, but this slice here it's showing just on one side, but it is there, so it's just fine. So it's just a way to say that these angles are locked somehow. So now if I show with the 5, it seems not to work well because there is like there is only one like this, but 2 vertical and 2 to the right and 1 like this. So that's kind of the hypothesis that it needs to have, if this angle is fixed, it needs to have, and it's fixed to 1/3 of the full circle, then it needs to have multiple of 3. Yeah, and let's see how far we can go. Can we have 30? I don't even see them all because the camera has this property of yeah. Well, seems like efficiency is not a problem anymore. At least this is good. And in this case, when there's so many, it's possible that 31 wouldn't make a big difference anymore, even if it's off balanced. Let's try in 2D because we can, yeah. So now the hypothesis is that when there are so many of them, this multiple of 3 stuff, when there's so many of them, there are so many pushing forward that one of them stops being significant anymore. So it doesn't need to be a multiple of 3 forever. Just for lower counts where one extra in one specific location is somehow weighing it more. One direction is weighing it more. Okay, great. So seems to work, and it's really fast. Like I dare to try 300. uh, Maybe bad idea. Oh boy, why did I do 300? I dare to try 90. So it crashes. I mean, it doesn't crash, but it's very okay. I don't know. I think the physics is somehow also messed up a bit. 60, 30. I don't know what happens, but something weird happens when there are so many. Um, for some reason, 60 seems to mark them all in gray. Everything is gray. Everything is gray for some weird reason. I think that there is so much tension in everything that I don't know, it would explode if these constraints wouldn't be there. So, so in the physics, um, I really don't know. 30? Okay, maybe something is wrong, so let's just not do this. No, I don't know. Don't want to think about this now. So for some reason, there is some. Yeah, there is definitely. Now I see these weird artifacts coming here. So the sticks are pushing out from there. It doesn't look like that here because these tensions are shown differently. But you can see how this stick is being now pushed through its joint. So there are some crazy tensions happening there when there are so many legs. So really something like 30 seems to be the limit when this visualization doesn't show any significant, rarely it shows some segment under tension. So in 3D we might see some crazy stuff happening, but it looks okay with 30. Yeah, and let's say 15. Yeah. Oh, great. Yeah, thanks. It was lucky that I was able to optimize that because it's yeah, I don't think I can do this much longer. So I have to continue this some other time and then try this okay. And 6, the one that I'm most interested in because it might be the thing that becomes stable. Like if you think about the versions we see in these videos, the one with the 6 pairs of legs is so touching there and there, and there and there, there and there, there and there. Let me emphasize this particle that is touching um, with red because I think it's more striking. So now you see 4 places where they are always touching. So I think that now when the 4D, when the 3D physics goes in, it should be enough so that it's always upright. Uh, okay. But I mean, I don't have React here. Okay, and now these are red because they touch that invisible wall. Okay, I'm quite happy with this update, so I'm going to say here another commit with optimization. I guess it was kind of a bad idea to start in that way with the like making the implementation very similar to the one in the canvas, but I think it allowed us to test quickly, and that's important. So yeah. Mm, yeah, backflips. I hope not. So let's look again at this thing, because those sticks that show here in blue, they're everywhere. Um, so they are these extra sticks, but it uses left legs of I and point tip. So it uses some particles. So it's connecting the legs between themselves. But these particles are all they don't have a z value. So this z offset it's used there for the origin vector when creating the leg, but the particles don't have that. So the leg was generated like this, and the z offset was later used somewhere. Where? Not here. Here. It was just used to draw them at different z offsets, but that was like a cheat to get it to look good fast. So basically, when drawing this, when making this motor, the sticks for keeping the things at fixed angles. First of all, there are too many sticks here, I think, but visualizing them properly would fix this problem. Let's see if I can generate this leg with the origin vector z values. And just say here so as before, as in the beginning, putting the z offset and then returning the points. And when creating the particles, they should be there. So so if I look at the legs, particles, location, there is a z. And it's fixed. And the math, the physics doesn't use it yet, but it's there. So I wonder. Can we skip the whole? Can we skip this whole stuff now? Let's try for the particles first. Nope, they are still there. So why? Oh, because the particles in the... No, I don't know. So these are 2D. I don't know why. Oh, and then they get the 3D, but the leg is being generated now so that it. Oh yeah. No, I don't get it. Okay, these functions probably. All right, yeah. So those functions make the particles forget their z location. Yeah, I really have a feeling that there's no way to fix this. To fix this without. I mean, I could fix the blue triangle some nasty way, but this 3D physics has to be here so that I can add the z value to the particles and they remember it. If they're gonna start to influence each other in a good way. Okay. So let's put for the Strandbeest the 1 and 1. This thing. So it's doing crazy stuff. But what I want to do is I really want to. I think it's a bad idea. I really want to start adding the 3D, but it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea to do it now. I really want to do it, but it's not a good idea. Don't do it. I really have to not start doing this now. It's a bad, very bad idea. Yeah, I could put it, I could make it work somehow, but it's so much work to just do some testing that, and then it has to be cleaned up again. So I'm not really excited about doing more. But yeah, these here, it's not the end of the world to fix that part. Um, Actually, I might be able to do it here, like. No. Actually, this part here, so if I remove it, it doesn't show that triangle at all. But it's not something that has to do with these legs, so I don't think I need to do that anymore, but so this weird thing is now a thing. I didn't expect that. So let's try with I thought it's something like this, but I thought it's going to be a little different. And when there are many of them, all connections are being drawn. So basically, all possible connections between this and that and all these red levers, all possible connections between the red levers are shown. And that would keep the system rigid, but you don't need all of them. I think this is overkill. It's also blocking my view here, so I can't see so well what's happening inside. But at least it kind of shows that there needs to be something rigid connecting all of them. So I think I will leave it now and maybe add some transparency for this for these sticks. I don't think I can do it. I don't think it supports that. And oh wow. Yeah. So the stick or draw the stick and the scene and make it transparent. Like control the opacity like that would be one thing. So in the scene, add stick. By default, it's 1. This material is color. This should work. But for some reason, it doesn't. Why isn't opacity working here? I don't know why transparency doesn't work. So I just undo this part. Yeah. So the question, mid solid structure visible if I postpone until, well, it is 3D already, but the physics is not 3D. I want to visualize it because this is what it is. I mean, in the 2D mode, you can't really tell that that thing in the middle connects between the layers. So there is something that is connecting between the layers like this. And that's why I want to keep it there now. And I think it's just going to be there like this. And it's probably not, I don't know. It's not enough because this point here that you see connected in the edge here. So it's 1 point. So the whole thing there is gonna wobble like crazy. It needs more points for the support. So there is also this rigid structure here, this triangle that also expands there. So there is a bar, there should be a bar going from this point through this point and that point and so on. But just a vertical bar, just a straight bar is not enough because then it would wobble like that. Yeah, some triangles will need to be added there. But this task is something that is crazy. So basically, the horrible stuff that happens here um wait, no, here. This one with the set endpoints, this kind of stuff where we interconnect points from one leg, points to the other, sticks from one leg, sticks to the other. This kind of logic needs to exist now between the legs, between the leg pairs in this Z direction. And also for these to stay properly spaced out and not wobble like that, we need to make these legs thick somehow. So maybe transforming this triangle here into a pyramid, like what we saw previously in that video. So that's one pyramid here, and then this point also like that, and so on. Yeah, But anyway, I think that I'm done for today. So it went decently well. I didn't think I will get into the physics, and I didn't. Um, we did get the 3D support, and it works also with these controls for rotating everything around. We fixed also some bugs with this kind of like having support for multiple legs. This genetic algorithm here idea is still working, so that part didn't break. I think that I'm quite happy with this result, and the background scene, I want to make it white because now this gray is there. So no reason for it to be like that. Before I wanted gray because I wanted to distinguish it easy from this other canvas. But now it's just clear when you press that button at the top that you're using it. The initial camera look at, maybe it could be something different. I don't know. Like the look at here, this so-called center. I don't like that I'm always dragging to see the bottom part, so that's fine. And in the scene here, I think the initial camera. Okay, so now I'm a bit. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so I'm fine with this. Yeah, and I don't know how awesome it's gonna be, but I really want to build one of these like by hand. And now I realize that it's so hard to do. Like if I don't have a 3D printer, and I don't, I really have to try to make that kind of like it's not just two sticks here, it's three. And no matter if I use this approach with this pyramid kind of thing, it's a lot of extra sticks. So I need to cut so many sticks to make this thing. It's not fun. Um, yeah, so it needs to be added here for the physics to work and actually see if this thing stands. Because now it is standing in 2D, which it's a fake thing because all those sticks are intersecting each other, and it's clear that it's more stable here because it can only fall like that or like that, but it's very stable like that. But now the problems start to be that it can fall like that and like that, and the physics now just doesn't know that the z-axis exists there. So everything is perfectly going on the z-axis. Yeah, okay. Yeah, anyway, it's quite good. So let's check one more time the chat. So extra income from this, I don't know. I mean, the main guy here, I don't think he's doing it for the income, and I find it a very nice project to just practice coding. So the thing about learning coding and what I do on the channel is I try to show fun things you can work at, because then you're more motivated to work on them because they're fun. So you can study by having fun. I don't really think about the monetization situation. I mean, the skills that you learn doing things like this can be useful. Like, yeah, like Adrian is mentioning games and things like that. You could definitely use the things you practice here inside games. So that's one thing, but making a game out of this, maybe. I have some ideas, some crazy stuff. So let's see. But even then, I don't know if I ever think about monetizing when doing these projects. They're just like fun things. Yeah. And then what this is turning into. So I have crazy ideas for this. I can share them, but I don't know if they make sense to you, because I haven't really thought about them out loud. But basically, when this starts to really work like in real life and it moves with the proper physics, I want to see if we can get better leg structures, not with this algorithm of checking each leg and making sure that the bottom part is flat and the top part is like triangularly, because I think this is a kind of an arbitrary idea. I'm sure that I'm wrong in a sense, because I mean, Mr. Jansen has been working with these for so many years, and these things have so many different structures and so many ways that they have been, so many experiments have went into this. By the way, this shows nice, this kind of a connected thing that I need to have here uh for putting them together. So I like this scene a lot. I hope I remember it. Yeah, anyway, I'm just curious if instead of optimizing some shape like this, we optimize how many different beasts are walking, like which one goes furthest. Because the main reasons why I think the goal is to have this flat bottom here is because it's stable and it doesn't break so easily. I mean, it moves kind of like a wheel. But what happens if it doesn't move like that? Does it start hopping around, assuming that it's very solidly built? Like, I'm not gonna let the physics here break the components. I'm just curious. I haven't seen in the videos examples of these beasts walking with different proportions. And I'm curious if I have them compete to see which one wins. Like maybe some weird bouncy thing is gonna win for some weird reason. Another thing I want to try is change these segment lengths dynamically. So for example, maybe this part of the segment can extend or contract depending on something. if you think about neural networks and maybe putting some sensors here in front of the beast, maybe it can see that the heel is coming, and when the heel is coming, the pattern that the leg is going to do is going to change so that it can lift the leg higher only because it wants to climb the step. So eventually I want to use also neural networks inside this and figure out how to change these lengths, like extend like a telescopic lens, because it sees something. Because at the moment these beasts, they can't do anything else than move forward or backwards. And that's affected by the wind, but anyway, it could be affected by a motor. It can't do anything else than move forwards and backwards, even if it wants to. But with a possibility to extend or contract one of the legs, it could do something else. So maybe climb a step or whatever. Because at the moment it can't climb anything really, as long as it's a little bit bigger than this length. But different configurations can let you like, for example, this one here is going higher up than what we previously had. So maybe whatever changes happened to this leg should change if it sees a step approaching. So that's kind of a crazy idea, and I don't know if it will work. But yeah, many things. And of course, if you think about the game, this thing is a creature. It can't do more than go forward or backwards. So those abilities to change some of the leg properties could, if we figured them out how they should happen, then maybe if those leg properties, if those sticks change in size quickly, maybe the beast can jump. I don't know. It can be fun to experiment. And somebody pointed out in previous live streams, or I don't know, comments or something, that what if I put these things on in the self-driving car environment, like to walk on the streets? That would be also kind of fun to see. But I don't really think about this project in terms of monetization, monetizing anything. I just it's really cool to look at these things move, and yeah, yeah, but more performant, I don't know what it means. So if you check this video, there has been all these kind of attempts to optimize to get better. I am quite sure that these numbers guarantee that this shape looks as desirable as possible with the flat bottom and so on. I'm just not sure this is the most exciting outcome. But it might be very stable and it might actually be the best moving forward. But that's like an assumption. It's probably an assumption made on a very good educated guess because he's been playing with so many of these things for so many years that you know what works and what doesn't. Yeah, but making a simulation that really behaves similarly to the real world, it's hard. We still haven't figured it out with this z axis constraints, so that comes next time. You can always fake it, like force the things to stay aligned in a plane, but in the real world you can't do that. So these need to have some kind of these legs need to have some kind of 3D stability. So if you would 3D print a leg like this, maybe you would give it the thickness. That might be the simplest thing. A real thickness, like very thick. And then when it's connected to these bars, that kind of hole there is thick enough to hold it from doing crazy things like that. So it doesn't need to be a very like really this kind of so many sticks here, and the whole structure becomes like a wireframe. But the thing is, in our implementation, it kind of needs to be like that, because these sticks are the foundation of the physics and the way it works. So I think that's the plan. Make these legs 3D next time. And hopefully in one full day it can walk without tricks. Like, it looks like it's walking now, but it's really just visual tricks. The whole physics are limited to this 2D thing, and the segments pass through each other, and so on. So yeah, that's it. And this, it didn't work, so I'm going to discard that. This, it's okay. This one, this is what worked, I think, for that blue thing. So yeah, this seems like it still works, and we have 6 of them. So I'm gonna do a final commit now. So right. Okay. So that's it. And yeah. Yeah, I mean, if the sticks are okay. Yeah, in the real world, when I build it, if I have something that is thick enough, it can work out. I'm gonna think about it. But okay, and variable configurations for different legs. I somehow like the symmetry that is going on here, and it might be might be a crazy thing to explore. Like, the different legs might be different. I think I don't even bother with that. But thanks for the ideas, and thank you guys for checking everything out. And yeah, have a nice Easter if you're celebrating that. Otherwise, just have a nice end of the week and weekend. Bye bye.